attorney can't represent either party. And we got the same thing going on here now, and I feel like I've raised some of these concerns in the past. Nobody heeded the warning. Here we are, we're 7 days out from a case that has been worked on for many, many months. And somehow now the school system is gonna re-up with a new legal team.
Can I love to say anything?
Yes, please.
This is the outlook that it has always been brought to my attention, especially being a principal in the school system also. Barrington and Smith is all of our attorneys, and I've been working with Barrington and Smith since the end of February, beginning of March area with one of their lawyers right now. When we get to the hearing portion, you should not have talked to anybody that were interviewed or talking to the person that had the issue, because of the fact when it goes to hearing, you should not have any background information. The lawyer that you choose is not going to say, they're going to tell you what the situation is. You're going to talk to them. You're not going to get any evidence at that time with your lawyer. During the hearing is when we both sides have parties that are going to come in. You have an open mind during that hearing period. You're going to hear both sides at that time, and that's what you're going to talk about and come to a consensus with. You're not going to be given any free information on anything that's collected at this time. The hearing is we go in unbiased. You as a board member is unbiased, sitting without talking to anybody, hopefully, concerning the case, and you get an open, a real open look at what both sides. We both bring in individuals to talk about what has been taking place. I don't know if that clarifies anything.
Yeah, I can appreciate that. I really can. The timing and the lack of communication and the short distance between the hearing, that's a problem. The fact that we've had other hearings, which yes, that lawyer was involved with some of the discussions leading up, and we did something different, that's a problem. The fact that I've raised that we might have a conflict of interest, much like this in the past, and was given bad legal advice, in my opinion, by Barrington and Smith, once again, that's a problem.
I'm just curious why Neil didn't recommend to us sooner, but if we've gotta have a different attorney, then we gotta have a different attorney.
Well, as I said, somebody has to.
Uh-huh.
Somebody has to have a different attorney. And
But
so
the thing is that the attorney that is dealing with that, I can see why Neil doesn't want to do that,
Yes.
because he knows them personally, they work in the same office, so.
But I
can
can
see
see why
what-
he didn't tell us this sooner.
And I
That's what
can
I'm
appreciate
saying.
that, but when we were talking about other things with Neil, a very sensitive matter, he didn't mind stepping aside then. He certainly did, okay? Because we've had some discussions that involved the board and the superintendent with that very person that doesn't want to handle this issue now, and I broached that about conflict of interest. I tread down those paths numerous times. You can't have it both
Yeah, but
ways.
he's not representing.
I understand, but he said at that time, I said to him, how if we had a difference between the board and the superintendent, could you represent us or him? And he said, I'm the board's attorney, I can represent you.
Exactly, and that's what I said, I would say 95 times out of 100,
He can't.
the school district and the superintendent are operating as one. If there becomes an issue between the superintendent and the board, the attorney immediately goes to the board and the superintendent is on his or her own. And that's the way that process works. They don't represent
Yes,
both.
sir. That's the way I was told it was working.
Yeah.
That's not the way it appeared. But, okay, so we got 7 days notice. We got 7 days notice to get a new attorney for the school district. Anybody find that a little bit timing problematic?
Yeah, but he's not, but what, I'm going back to
He's
what,
supposed to be impartial and
Yeah,
unbiased.
he's
So are we, so.
it's like
it
a
could be the day
mediator.
before, he's just gonna tell us
Yeah.
what I have a question.
The legal,
He's the
The legal
process
aspect.
guy.
Yeah, he's not an
He sets up the
attorney
framework for the hearing.
that
Let
would
you
be
respond, let you
representing
understand
someone
that.
in a divorce case and being privy to all this information prior to the hearing. He is gonna be
totally unbiased.
totally
Well, why are we gonna
unbiased.
go into closed session and talk with him if he's gonna be unbiased? What do we got to talk about, other than give him a contract?
We have.
He's gonna talk about what next Friday looks like.
Yes.
Okay, yes, sir.
So whether or not the board is in a position where, they're gonna ask questions of each side, or whether they're gonna allow, and one thing that's on here, there's a policy that has to be revised, because in the current hearing policy, it says each side only gets 15 minutes to present.
We didn't hear that the last time we had a hearing. We went way past that.
No, we
Not on my part, I was on a timer last time.
Okay.
The question and answer may have gone past that, but my
Exactly.
presentation was 15
Presentation
minutes.
stayed within that.
Yes, okay, I couldn't be stand corrected.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
and
So
you're probably clear on that.
And so that's the thing that the board would then consider. They thought that, because of information that's been collected and/or information that would like to be shared, that each side might appreciate more than 15 minutes to present information.
Yeah, when I spoke with him yesterday, I said, what kind of time do you think we need? And he said probably at least 90 minutes per side to present. I know, that's a long time for you to have to present, but he said, and you don't have to take that 90 minutes.
Thank you.
But have it to 90 minutes.
So can we speak?
That's like a master's thesis, that's like.
Can we speak with the other attorney, that of the opposition of the complaint that's filed against, did we speak with them to see if they want the rules changed a week out?
I haven't.
Did anybody speak with the person that is the,
If we give,
We
if we
aren't
give.
allowed, we aren't
are
allowed
we
to.
changing the rules? Not only are we changing counsel, but we getting ready to change the rules.
Well, if y'all want to keep it 15 minutes, we can certainly do that, but I want to hear.
I don't mind changing it if both parties in agreement,
Well,
but
that's what, he's
Yeah, and I
gonna talk
can give
with
the
them
answer,
and make sure.
I don't know if he's talked to,
He
the other
probably
attorney,
has.
but the two attorneys, on both sides of
That's
this hearing have been in communication with each other.
You know,
And so they probably talked about, hey, we're
And
gonna.
we don't have the right to
us
talk to
too,
the
but I
other
can ask our attorney if he cleared
And I
that up.
think that we should stick with whatever attorney has been in touch with this person who's making the appeal. They've been in touch with that attorney. They've talked, I know, you've told us that. They're talking, they're working.
Right.
I think we should stick with that attorney, whoever that may be.
Well, I think he needs permission from us if we want to represent him. That's the first thing. We have to hire him. We have
But,
to.
yeah, but
who's
she's saying she
been
wants
talking
us to keep the
Because
guy.
they've been
Yes,
talking.
ma'am.
Oh, you're talking about Neil Ramey
Who
and
spoke
Neil
with the
Whitford.
other attorney?
Neil Ramey has spoken with Neil Whitford because Neil Whitford is not in Raleigh. He's Carteret County. He specializes in hearings. So he's trying to do the right thing and stepping back instead of having a conflict of interest within the same firm. So he has spoken with him and he's in agreement with representing us.
But didn't you say that the two attorneys had been talking, we may not even have an appeal?
No, we're having an appeal. We're having a-
But I'm talking a week or two ago.
Oh, sure,
They've been talking.
yes,
So whatever,
but not this man.
no, I know that. But I think we should stay with whoever's been talking with the person who filed the appeal, his attorney,
Uh-huh.
and their attorney have talked. And
It's
I
not Neil
It-
Ramey.
It's
Yeah,
Colin Shive,
And
it's
I
the
don't
person that I'm
know
working
because
with.
he's been working with
Oh, my
and HR.
Yeah, it's not
I
Neil
don't think,
Ramey.
I'm not sure he's allowed to represent the board because he has all the investigative information.
He would be
And so
biased.
he would be unbiased in this situation.
Excuse me, but who is it that spoke with the attorney
For us.
of the complaint? Who is it that,
Colin,
I mean, about the time change?
Colin, the attorney that has been working with HR and the superintendent, he has been in contact with the appellant's, attorney.
So what you're saying is, this other attorney, not Neil that we normally speak with, Neil Ramey,
Right,
but Colin,
right.
the one that's
Call
gonna
the
represent
HR
you
specialist,
potentially,
yes, call the HR
okay,
specialist.
has been in communication
The person filed
With
the
the,
appeal.
with the person that requested the hearing.
Correct.
Yes.
And then, is that person Colin and the person that filed an appeals attorney talked about the change in this policy 2,500?
That's what I'm gonna check when you're talking to Mr. Whitford. Because when you talk to Mr. Whitford, I don't believe I can be in here because that's about your process of the hearing and not my part. And so while you're doing that, I can check with Colin and verify whether they've talked about it. I think they have, because they talked about when the hearing was gonna be scheduled.
And we're not
What
gonna
the hearing was
change
gonna look like, but I'll
this
verify.
until after.
Yes, ma'am.
Right, it's in the open meeting, that's why I thought there was time.
We were talking about all kinds of people.
And can I say one thing? I think sometimes the misinterpretation comes when we first start an investigation and it's at the very beginning stages. There's sometimes we need lawyer assistance, but there's sometimes we do not.
Yeah.
This brought us to lawyer assistance, and they normally, throughout my entire career, and I've been here 34 years, I have never gone to an appeal, never. And it's ironed out before it's gone to an appeal. This is my first appeal I have ever been in. So that's why we have the lawyer trouble right now, because it's gone to the appeal measure.
What usually
Normally,
happens?
what usually happens, the superintendent would, if it's a disciplinary thing that has to be taken care of, it's taken care of. Or in this case, the superintendent recommends something that needs to be done, whether it's a suspension or a non-renewal or a termination. Non-renewal and termination are two different things.
Yes, ma'am.
And I think, Bill, you understand, I don't know if I'm talking the common, I might be talking too common English here, but I don't know if, because you were a superintendent, you.
Anytime any employee gets any type of action, based on an investigation, the bottom of the letter says you have X number of days to appeal this to the Board of Education. That is a right of an employee. And so, again, that's why I said about 95% of the time, it never gets to the board level with an appeal.
Well, it sounds like 100% of the time, because she said she's been here for 34 years and she's never experienced anybody taking, so that means the normal process, whatever it is that gets recommended, whether the person really agrees with it in their heart or not, they can succumb to whatever that is. That's my opinion.
I just,
Or they accept it, yeah.
Yeah, they succumb.
you know, it is a big appeal. And we have had this attorney since I've been on the board. And, I feel comfortable with it. I'm a little concerned about hiring an attorney to represent us as a board in something of this magnitude, and it has to be of great magnitude if it's the first one Ann's had in 34 years. I don't know if I want to switch a week before either, but I don't want to delay. Let's move on with this. You know,
If it's the board's pleasure, if you want to, go into, closed session to talk with Mr. Whitford and ask him
Yeah.
these questions or share these concerns and say, should you really be representing us, or, should we stick with our regular attorney? You can have that conversation openly with him and say, and you can make a determination of whether his meter,
We got the clock then?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You have to talk to him before.
and
If you're okay with being on the clock.
actually, this motion is just to amend the agenda.
Now, this motion.
We are not on G. G is when we approve the contract. We are on a motion to amend the agenda, correct?
And Ed, okay.
Yeah,
very good.
So I think we can add that.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
Talk to him
I
and
make a
make a
motion.
decision when you
Well,
get to G.
I think it's already said.
It's already
Okay,
Any
so
further discussion?
No, ma'am.
And so then I agree with Air Superintendent that we go into closed session and we talk with him. And at that point, we can decide whatever.
Right.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, any further discussion? We have a first, and we have a second, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries.
And now the motion.
I'll make a motion to go into closed session.
I second that motion. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? We're now in closed session.
We're going
to cut the And what you can do is just turn off the laptop, and then I'll make sure that they get or site person, before they start, actual foundation work and things of that sort. So, we have that. We also are going to, begin conversations, with the architect on a schedule for, starting the planning process. As you know, with the process that, we undertook, you have plans that have already been approved for some other district that are on an approved list at the state, at DPI. So that's what you start with as your template, and then you start reviewing what's included in that building. For example, you might have a building that you like the way it looks, but it was designed for 650 students, and then we have to figure out what modifications need to be made to it so we can get it to the 750 student limit. And so we'll get a schedule set up for that.
Where are we on obtaining the lot?
Now we need to decide.
Well, that's with the architect's recommendations. Then the board will have to trigger negotiations again on getting the lot. That's right. And so if you want, maybe at the next regular meeting, if you want the architect to be back online and give us, more detailed information about the two sites, then maybe the board could, make another determination about first priority site, second priority site, like we did before.
If he's given his first priority, could we not go on and begin negotiating that?
That's the board's decision.
I think that we heard from him and the previous, the other one.
The soil fella. I'd like to make a motion that the board go on and begin negotiations with the architect's prioritized site for the
Survey
elementary
site.
school to be at Survey Road.
I second that motion. Okay, any discussion? All in favor? All opposed? Motion carries.
Okay, we will contact, our attorney, and, have them, make contact and then begin the negotiations with, that, developer and landowner.
Can we go on and begin looking at school plans or?
That's what I was saying, the school plan said, yeah, they'll present, and they already have, did it go to everybody or just to you and Matt? Has anybody seen any designs yet? Okay, we've got some preliminary email drawings from the architect. We'll forward those on. He's got the site, and then he's got a 1-story recommended model and a 2-story recommended model, and they're inset right on the site. Computerized inset right on the site.
But he did say that, because I've always thought 2-story was a little bit cheaper, but he said, no, that's not the case. And for elementary school with the steps and the smaller age children, that we may not want to go that route, but he's willing to share with us all the possibilities of different schools.
Sounds good.
Yeah, just to the 2-story, none of it's traditional because they have the metal roofs and the pitched roofs and things like that, but it looks a little more traditional, 2-story, your classic rectangle, that type of design. But the 1-story is more of, and I think they even call it the USA Star model. And so it is a model with wings, the connector pieces, they're like the breezeways here at JP now, but they're all enclosed.
Okay, I was just getting ready to say.
Yeah, no.
Did I have them enclosed?
So they're all like extended hallways.
For safety.
Right. So you'll see it, yeah, it looks almost like the spoke of a bicycle tire that connects the main building, like where office and gym and things are, and then it spokes out, and then you've got a wing, maybe you have a K1 wing, and then you've got a spoke going another direction, and then you've got another wing. So that's the typical design of a 1-story. But they said both models, the 1-story and the 2-story, fit fine, on 22 to 23 acres. And so they instead of kind of like, hey, this would make sense if it looked like here, that doesn't necessarily mean that's where it has to go, but that's just something to get the conversation started.
That sounds good, and we can have either is feasible.
Karen, would you need to talk about some information I've received from the county about
Yes, please.
budget and
Yes,
economics?
tell him that we did meet and that Just-
Well, that's, yeah, we got on that, but I mean, how it impacts this,
Yes,
I read something in the paper.
yeah, well, there was something on Facebook that was screenshotted and shared to me.
Yeah.
About, but, the projection that the county made about where they would get the money for this and how this would be a low debt project. If the worst case scenario happened, and the worst case scenario being defined as this economic downturn is longer than possibly, just this time span we're in now, and it extends out, and or the state budget never gets timed with the new capital monies in there, 11.1 or $11.2 million supposed to get in capital monies, then the word bond shows up. And so they won't be able to do it as a low debt project. They'll have to get bond approved, and most bonds go through a bond referendum. And so,
I think you're gonna have an issue
yeah,
getting that passed.
well, the thing is though, is the bond referendum, the first time it could go on the ballot, you have to wait for the next even year. And so yeah, you have to wait till 2022 to get the bond out there. And then I asked, what's the timeline, if it gets approved on the ballot, what's the timeline to actually get your hands on the money? And they say that the better part of a year after that. So it might put the project in late 2022, 2023 to like break ground if the worst case scenario happens. Now, the hope is, somebody said that they've heard out of Raleigh that instead of trying to get a whole comprehensive budget, because different people have different things that they want to see in or out of the budget, that they might put in pieces, like they did last year, and try to get separate bills, approved. So hopefully that capital money is one of those separate pieces that they put through. And if we get the 11 point whatever million dollars from the state, then that helps out, the overall picture.
but also bring everyone up to date concerning our capital outlay.
Yes. The capital outlay, they received our budget of $1.4 million. After they reviewed the budgets we sent over, there was a request for Karen and I to go and talk to the commissioners. We went. I also took Sandy Reynolds with me because the tech was a major part of our capital outlay budget. Matt Mullins wasn't available, but he was available by text if we had a question we couldn't answer.
And Ms. York was.
And Ms. York for full budget questions. So when we talked to them, they said, again, they don't have an idea of what this summer is going to look like as far as sales tax collections. And so they wanted us to stick $1 level, but then they wanted to do a review in either late November or December, and they'd have a better picture about what the resources look like, and then they'd be willing to reconsider the $400,000 reduction at that time. So they said there were some projects that could be put into the second semester, so not necessarily cuts out of capital outlay, but postponements, don't do them in September, wait until the second semester, that if they have the finances, that they would, give us the remaining $400,000, and then we could put those projects back in motion.
And based on the traffic
after
on
break.
Friday and Saturday this past week, I don't see the problem.
Yeah,
I would like to ask that when we are discussing budgets, I know we're trying to keep our group small, 10 or whatever. I would like to request that the whole school board be involved. I understand that it was representatives but yet the whole county commissioner board was involved, and I just think it would be nice if we could.
well, that's where they were trying to stay under that.
I understand, but in the future,
Yeah,
Right.
I
I understand that,
Yeah.
but again, there are still some, because of past meetings, that
Yeah.
they don't believe that full board is very effective, and so they thought that sometimes smaller groups, might get.
And, if that's the case, then maybe they need to have a smaller group there as well, instead of whole county commissioners and a little bit of school board.
Yeah.
I think we need to be equal,
okay, well, thank
equal
you.
representation.
Thank you for that update.
Well, one more thing, in its elementary school and beyond, the also the recommendation, if it would get to the bond referendum piece, the recommendation was for the school to have like a plan for how many schools might be needed in the next decade. And then that might be the bond referendum that goes out, not just for one building, but if you're gonna need 3 or 4 in the next decade, put the bond out there all at once, and then,
So that would make more sense rather than going back.
several
Yeah,
times.
it's gotta be a bond referendum.
And so this board will have to decide at that point, like, what that looks like. And so, for example, the idea that was just kind of floated out there as a discussion point, as we get to need maybe more high school space, that the current Currituck middle school space might become building 2, for the high school, and the new middle school, is built, somewhere further south, in the county. Those kinds of discussions, if buildings start to change uses, and, whether you build a high school or a high school extension, or whether you use that building as, since it was the former high school, as that is the extension of the high school, all those decisions are gonna have to be made so that you know exactly what types of buildings you wanna put in the bond referendum.
Or if we ever get to the point, it could be vocational school.
That would be
Right.
so nice.
That too, yeah.
That would be awesome.
Well, and that was actually the discussion, if it became an extension, that might become like the vocational wing
Yeah.
part of the high school.
Nothing
and
else.
Then the current high school would maintain, everything but the vocational wing. And so all those discussions, should be tidied up. And then when you put the bond referendum out there to the public, they know exactly, what they're voting for.
I would really love to see, and Bill and I have talked about this many times, a separate, like we have our early college, I'd like to see an early trade vocational school. And we actually talked with Bob Steinberg before the pandemic, and I know you talked with Bobby Hanning. And Senator Steinberg said, get him the legislation, worded the way we wanted it. He told Renee, and he would try to get it through, but then the pandemic came, so.
Well, and if it were adjacent to our current high school, I see that as a positive because you could still have your core subjects taught at the traditional high school, but then they could go over to, it would be an easy commute situation.
I think if we could have 2 separate schools, I think it would benefit us in more ways than one. One being athletic, because our kids are having to travel so far, they're going to when they go up to that. And I understand we're like right there, ready to move up to the next league.
Yeah, or they could change the regulations and we could be there already. So,
Yeah.
because they're reviewing those too.
Yeah.
So it would, but it would be so nice to be able to go next door for your English and your math
And we've talked about that for years,
Yes,
ever
we have.
back from 2010. It's always been a vision for us to have a vocational school, so I hope we'll see that in the near future. Mr. Mullins, have you joined us?
Yes, ma'am. I'm here.
Hi, would you give us an update, please, on the greenhouse?
Yes, I will. I wish it was 100% update, but we're at 99.9%. We had a final inspection yesterday, and as with every project, the county inspection office found something else that they wanted us to do before they would give us a certificate of occupancy. So the greenhouse is essentially complete. We just need to pour another walkway from the back door of the greenhouse over to the existing sidewalk for emergency egress. So we're done there. Hopefully by Monday. We were going to do it today, but we got rained out. Hopefully final inspection by next Wednesday. Then I'm going to have my team do an epoxy coat on the floor to make it last longer. And then Ms. Swain can start moving in, and I can start demolishing the old greenhouse as soon as she's moved out of the old greenhouse into the new one. So we're almost there, just every step of the way. We're getting local jurisdiction questions and can you do this for me? I'd like you to have that done for me. But it's been a slowed down process since the COVID-19 hit. I've been had contractors moving on to other projects and coming back because they knew that we didn't have students in school anymore. So I had to reel them both back in on Monday and say, we need to get this thing done because, I haven't been pushing you, but we need it done now. So they all jumped on board.
Definitely, so we can have it in place for our kids next year.
Oh, it'll be done. I'm thinking it'll be done, greenhouse done in no more than a week, and then the move and the demo probably in the next 2 to 3 weeks.
Hey, Matt, has something been done with the cracks in the floor greenhouse before you're going to put the epoxy coat down?
They've already sealed some of the cracks. I'm going to have to get them to seal some more. Joey doesn't know what happened there, and I don't either, but because he's working with us, I just said seal them, and when we epoxy coat it and paint it gray, it'll all blend in. But the concrete dried too quickly when the wind picked up the day that they poured, and it dried too quickly, and the next day there were cracks. So yeah, they've sealed most of the cracks, but I do see some that they missed. So I'm going to talk to him about that on Monday and see if we can get them all done.
All right, when the concrete was poured, when did they put the expansion joints in?
I'm sorry, you broke up. Could you say that again, Ms. Etheridge? I'm sorry.
Put expansion joints in the
Yes, they
foundation?
did. Everything expansion joint wise was done properly. But we all believe that it's because the wind picked up and dried it too quickly.
Okay. All right, and what was the time frame from the time the concrete was poured were the expansion joints put in?
They were put in the same day. As it was drying, they cut the expansion joints before they left that afternoon.
Okay.
Matt, I know with the concrete work, we had either a donation or a reduced.
He gave us a reduced rate. He basically did the material at cost, and he did the labor that would have been used to pour a flat slab was donated, but the labor that it would take to pour the intricate angled cut and put the trough in the floor and the drain pipe, he charged for that.
Okay. My question was going to be with the extra sidewalk, would you think we'd be able to get the same discount?
I'm hoping, and he and I have discussed that he's going to give us the best deal that he can, because the 2 sidewalks weren't even in the initial plan, but I knew that they were, at least the one was going to need to be there. So I had him pour that Wednesday, I believe.
Okay.
But this one, we're going to have to talk about it. I'm hoping he gives us a cut rate.
Right.
This has dragged on a long time.
I would like to thank Mr. Coppersmith for donating.
I've thanked him tremendously. He's been a wonderful help. I can't say enough good about it.
Donating his time, and he really has, and plans, I believe, to donate something back to the ag department. Who makes plans for ribbon cutting? Would that be the central office that would make the plans, or?
If you direct the central office to make the plans, we can. Otherwise, the board can set up a scheduled date for ribbon cutting.
I would like to make a motion that we have a ribbon cutting as soon as it's complete.
I second that motion. All in favor? Or
Aye.
any discussion, rather? Any discussion, further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carried. Have a ribbon cutting for the greenhouse.
Thank you, Matt.
Thank you, Matt.
Thank you all.
I would like to make the motion that we hire Neil Whitford, an attorney at law, as special counsel for the Board of Education for an upcoming hearing next Friday.
I second that.
I have a first, I have a second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Assistant Superintendent Renee Dowdy and Dr. Matt Lutz, will you update us on the school calendar?
Are you ready, Renee?
Yes, sir. I'm right here.
Okay. We are working through the calendars right now. State law has been changed, and we will be opening school on August 17th. There are some revisions possibly going on in the legislature at this time that may allow us to have a kind of a soft entry with possible remote learning days. And so we are working through our calendar, and we are trying to avoid having to revise the revision of another calendar. We are trying to get one calendar to you that is solid, but we want to make sure that our public is aware that we are going to start school on August 17th this year.
Is it going to be possible to finish the first semester by Christmas if we start August 17th?
Dr. Domney, those are some of the things that we're working on right now to consider. We have drafted revisions to the calendars in an effort to try to finish first semester courses before Christmas break and take exams, much like that of the early college. So we do have that in the works, knowing that what's not negotiable currently under the new state guidance is that we must start school on August 17th, and we must include 5 virtual learning days in our calendar. And as Dr. Luke said, there is still some discussion to allow for some flexibility with those remote learning days. We just don't know exactly what that's going to look like when the legislature finishes making their decisions and gives us that guidance.
Thank you. Any questions for Mayor Matt?
No, ma'am.
All right, thank you very much for that update. Policy 2500, we talked about that, and we're going to increase our policy from a 15-minute policy time limit to a 90-minute time limit concerning the upcoming hearing for next Friday.
Make a motion that we extend the time limit in policy 2500.
Second that.
Any discussion?
Yeah, I just want to indicate that both parties have agreed to this change so that we're comfortable in making that.
Okay, any further discussion? All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion carries. We have removed the anonymous reporting discussion from the agenda. Next, we would like to discuss the Currituck County High School graduation. And I'm going to call on Mrs. Renee Dowdy to update us on the graduation.
Sure thing. I'm here with Dr. Matney, and we're going to kind of walk back through, I think, a timeline of events just to make sure we're all under the same page as to how the decisions come forward. On May 1st, the State Board of Education and DPI sent out guidance for high school graduation ceremonies. In our last Board of Ed meeting, I provided the board with copies of that guidance so that we could kind of look through what that guidance said to us. We talked about at that point in time that the executive order that was currently under order number 121 was for no more than 10 people at that time for mass gatherings. So the State Board of Education, along with DPI, issued some potentially permissible graduation ceremonies, and we talked a little bit about what those look like. Also at that meeting then, as we crossed this forward in our board meeting on May the 7th, we talked about pushing graduation ceremonies back a week in hopes that phase 1 would end and we would enter into phase 2, and phase 2 would allow some more opening of some of those restrictions moving forward. So phase 2's executive order 141 did come out. As part of that executive order, there is a section in there that is in section 7, mass gatherings, letter A, number 2, exceptions for the prohibition of mass gatherings. And one of those in there does talk about the prohibition of mass gatherings does not apply to educational institutions or governmental operations. And so as we work at a district level with weekly conference calls with our deputy superintendents, as well as Region 1 superintendents across our Northeast region, We were really asking for clarification about that. So we did receive clarification in the order of a frequently asked questions for Executive Order number 141 dated May 20th, 2020. And in that FAQ document for the Executive Order 141 on page 7 of that document, I'll read to you again for clarification just about that. The FAQ asks, are in-person high school graduation ceremonies allowed in phase 2? And the response is, educational institutions are exempt from these mass gathering requirements. The intent of this exemption was to allow educational institutions the ability to gather more individuals together on their premises if necessary to support planning for summer learning and for the 2021 school year. This exemption was not intended to allow for large in-person events such as graduation ceremonies. Accordingly, the governor's office and the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services strongly recommends that local school leaders continue to follow the COVID-19 guidance for high school graduation ceremonies accordingly, originally issued on May 1st, 2020, and the recommendations to promote social distancing and to reduce transmission outlined in Executive Order 141. This response provides clarification on mass gathering exemption for educational institutions and does not change or override the terms of any executive orders. So we, of course, have shared that information with both of our principals and moving forward and planning for their ceremonies. Mr. Stefanik also reached out to legal counsel, and legal counsel provided us with a reiteration of what's included in that FAQ document that I just shared with you for the purposes of the mass gathering and especially the exemption that is read in the 141 document itself. So with all of that information, we have been meeting routinely to talk about graduation ceremonies, and thus NAP's plan went forward and graduation did take place yesterday for the Spartans of JP Naperville College. And per our last board meeting, we did push back the date to May 11th for the high school graduation ceremony, knowing that we would still need to comply with whatever executive order was currently in place at the time.
All right, yes, ma'am. I got a question, because I'm on a copy of the Executive Order 131. And I've got a copy of what was on their site for mass gathering limits. And I'm not seeing the verbiage as I read it off this morning, which you just indicated. However, I am seeing where it says that it also does not apply to exercise First Amendment rights. There's no limitation. And I'm not seeing all that verbiage.
I believe, Mr. President, correct me if I'm wrong, did you send that to the board?
I'm sorry?
I was asking Mr. Stefanik if he had shared that information with the board. I thought that the FAQ document had been shared with you previously.
Yeah, all the information that you just read has been shared with high school administrators and the board through email. I think Mr. Currituck was talking about what he has printed off in front of him.
Yes. I have the actual order right here,
Yes, sir.
signed by the governor, 141. And I also went on the state's website because they have their own question and answers that are right. You click on the order or you can click on their questions. And on the state's website, where this order is printed off of and their mass gathering limit, I don't see any of the verbiage you just referred to. Now, I'm assuming that was generated by another department, maybe within the state, and that maybe is their interpretation. Is that what I'm understanding?
Well, that information, the clarification pieces came directly from the governor's office. And so if you're saying that you're at the governor's office's question and answer site, I don't know why that wouldn't be posted there. If you're on the, just like state government or general assembly site, then that's not the governor's site. So, but that's what was sent out to all superintendents. It was sent to DPI to send out to all superintendents to get out to their communities.
Okay, I just want to point this out. The mass gathering limit does not apply to retail businesses, restaurants, personal care, group businesses, pools, child care, day camps, overnight camps. They would like to reduce your, occupancy and put a 6-foot distance between you and each restaurant and ensure that it's not overcrowded. Prohibition on mass gatherings does not include gatherings for health, safety, or for the look or obtain goods, services, for work, or for receiving government services. Does not include normal operations at airports, bus, train stations, stops, medical facilities, libraries, shopping malls, shopping centers. It also does not apply to exercise First Amendment rights. So for that, I make a motion, we continue on July 11th and have a traditional ceremony. June 11th, I misspoke, I apologize. June 11th, as originally planned, where our students and their families can social distance and walk across the stage together.
I'll second that motion for purposes of discussion. I too have a little bit to add. I've got that document that our assistant superintendent's talking about. Frequently asked questions for Executive Order 141. It does say there on page 3 that it does not apply to the exercise of your First Amendment rights, which one of those is the right of people to assemble. I've talked with people, lots of people, on the local and the state level. I've read that whole Executive Order 141, and that Air Governor is saying that we can have unlimited guests at a wedding, unlimited guests at a funeral, unlimited people in a mall. And I know that we're saying that's not what it was intended to say when he said educational institutions were exempt. He didn't intend that. But nobody is going to convince me that our governor, no matter what his party is going to allow those unlimited numbers at a wedding, a funeral, and the mall, and not allow 243 graduates to gather together to get their diploma. So I would like for us to put some things in place, 25 in the group. We can have 25 on the beach, 25 more here on the beach, 25 more there, unlimited amounts. The sheriff cannot enforce the mass gathering rule in that setting. If we have 25 on the football field here, 25 there, 25 there, 9 or 10 groups of 25 to accommodate our class. We can have social distancing in place for the guests. We can limit the guests. You know, I'm hearing from kids they want 4 tickets because they come from a mixed family. It's going to be hard to say 2 tickets. Another thing, I've talked with their chairman. He's concerned about legality. About us being liable. Well, number one, this virus is not going away. All of the medical people, those I agree with, those I don't agree with, it's not going away. So, with that being said, we can get them to sign a waiver. We can do checks. We can do, masks can be recommended, although not required. We can have hand sanitizer. And another something that would probably release us from a liability standpoint is the freedom to gather to worship. Our students were talked to by at least one minister early on before this pandemic about baccalaureate service. That service was never discussed again. We didn't have it. We're not having one. But one of their state representatives suggested to me that we have graduation commencement with the baccalaureate. It would be a religious ceremony. We can gather for that aspect with unlimited people.
We can gather with unlimited people under the right to assemble. We don't even have to make it religious. We just have, we have the right to assemble.
The separation of church and state.
Well, we can right to assemble. That's the First Amendment right. Yes, ma'am. And so for that, I agree with Janet on everything except for combining the religious aspect. I have my own views. You know, we're all entitled to them. But we have the right to assemble. And we should do it.
Not to mention, we have, you know, a part of this executive order and everything I've read from DPI is talk to your families and your community. And I've had a lot of families and community reach out to me. And I have heard from one that was fine with what's proposed, but I've heard from, I don't know how many, I didn't keep track, but I dare say at least 21 that said, you know, they've written letters, they've sent us videos, they've called me. I'm guessing we've all gotten these. I know a lot of the emails were addressed to all of us. I think that we certainly need to do it. I do. I think we need to do it. Understand there was another school system last night in North Carolina that voted to have the traditional ceremony. You know, again, we can make this work when we put our students in groups of 25 without breaking any rules, even though we're saying it wasn't the intention. I think we can do that.
Dr. Matney and Renee, are y'all both on here? Is it possible for y'all to come over here?
I just texted both of you. Will you come over and join us live at the meeting?
There's only 7 of us, so that would make 10. I mean 9.
6, 7.
If it's the board's pleasure, we will come over.
8, 7.
That would make it.
May I speak for a second and then go back to work?
Yes,
Thanks. Can you guys hear me okay?
yes,
Okay. I put like a open-ended question out on social media for the students in our class. And I also put out an open-ended question for all the people that follow me or have like a way to contact me that don't go to our school and live in different parts of North Carolina for what their schools are doing as an alternative. And a lot of the students that answered me or that I've talked to strictly just really want to graduate with their class. And it's really important to them that they're with all of their students. And a few of them, actually a lot of them, which I know this would not be okay with families, but a lot of students actually said that it's more important for them to be with their peers and 2 of their family members than all of their family members and themselves, kind of. And when I was speaking to people from different schools around the state, particularly in Greenville, they all are just separating on the football fields and they have a limited amount of tickets depending on how many graduates they have. So like one school had 4 tickets per graduate and another school only had 2. But I knew that was an alternative that they were doing, and they were doing that with their graduating like class, like all of them were there. And so their graduates were very happy. And then I know a lot of people are doing the drive-through like JP Knapp, I believe, did. But I think it's really important to my classmates in my class that if it is possible and if we can find an alternative and we can find a way to have us all there together, that's really important to them because most of us started together. Like we live in Currituck. A lot of us started here and we're ending here and we want to be together when we end here. And I may have the possibility of being at all the ceremonies because I'm class president, and that's going to be an honor if I have that possibility. But I want that to be open for everyone. And I think it would be great if we could do that. And from my understandings of what I've read and what I've looked at and what everyone's saying, it is possible. And I understand that we need to abide by social distancing. And I understand that there is a pandemic going on right now. And I don't want to put other people at danger. But if they do feel at danger, we can have protocols followed. We can wear masks and we can stay 6 feet apart and follow those things in that manner. But that's all I wanted to say, because I just wanted to make it clear that my classmates do find it very important to be with one another on that day.
Thank you, Sydney. We appreciate your input as always.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sydney.
Thanks.
Thank you, guys. I'm going to go to work.
Oh, me, okay, Matt and Renee, you may be on your way over here. Dr. Matney and Renee, I think they're on their way over here.
Come back.
Yeah, let's do that. Okay, we're gonna come back to the discussion concerning high school graduation for Currituck County High. We need approval for administrative contracts. Do I have a motion?
I make a motion that we approve all three of the contracts that are listed under approval of contracts.
I second.
It's a consent agenda, Chairman. Okay.
All right,
Because there's other.
okay,
Oh, my fault. Originally, it was set up as a consent agenda, my fault.
okay, all right. We have a first, we have a second, who's second?
I did.
Janet, okay, any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, all opposed? Contracts are approved. Do I have an approval for the minutes?
I'll make a motion.
I'll second.
Okay, any discussion? All in favor of approval of the minutes? All opposed? Minutes are approved.
Just a note there, Ms. Edwards, and I was slow inhaling and you went to the vote real fast, so, my fault. But, on the minutes, there, if it hasn't been noted on the minutes, there were some highlighted areas. And so those were some recommended additions.
Yes,
We didn't think that they changed the content, of the minutes. And so we thought they were okay, but just so you know, they're shaded.
yeah.
In the minutes, and so you can see some of the additions that were recommended by
I think
one or another of your fellow board members.
Yeah, Yvette gave us,
Yeah, she
yeah.
did,
Give us
yeah,
those.
she did. Yeah,
Okay.
I've looked through those.
okay. All right, and just bear with us, and that was, he meant to have it sent, but he, all the time.
Can we offer suggestions if we move forward with this?
Yeah, yes.
Also, I had some more things.
Okay, go ahead.
I apologize. So I also want to indicate that, I think, personally, this is my opinion, is that we have to not always, live in fear. And, it's okay to be cautious, but we have to go through life making choices. Just like people go to the beach, and some people know how to swim, and some people don't. So people that usually don't know how to swim, they usually make wise judgment, and they don't enter the water. And so there's risks in life everywhere you go, you know. And I just want to talk about, you know, we passed out probably over 100,000 meals during this pandemic. And there could have been a chance that somebody might have got ill or sick, God forbid, from one of those meals, receiving one of those meals. Or like somebody could be riding one of our buses and become involved in an accident. So are we to, because that risk, however big or small you might feel, exists, are we going to do away with transportation? Are we going to do away with meals? Are we going to do away with all these other aspects of life? So that's pretty much my comments.
Well,
We missed, unfortunately, the end of Sydney's comments. So would you mind
Okay, but you
going
did
to-
hear
We
our
stopped, we went
comments.
on and did the next thing on the
We did,
agenda.
yeah, agenda,
I-
sorry.
But what Cindy was just in support of having a traditional ceremony, commencement, she said she had a lot of her peers reach out to her and advocating for a traditional.
That basically
graduation.
they'd
Rather
rather
not have
be
their
with
parents.
each other than the
Right, I did
parents.
hear that part. I'm sure that made everybody's parents
Yeah.
really happy.
And, well, I think they said and their parents, but not a bunch of other friends. Let's
We should
clarify
talk
that.
about the other school systems and how
Yeah,
they
I'm
do it.
sorry, that's not what she
I
said.
was drawing an analogy between the risk of possibly getting ill from a meal passed out, as we've been doing, or riding a bus, and the fact that some people don't know how to swim and go to the beach and they don't get in water. And so life is choices, and there's always risk, but no matter how many choices your face, some larger than others, and we shouldn't live in fear. We gotta live-
Yeah,
So
but
Dr.
all
Matney,
those things that you mentioned were legal. They weren't.
Yeah, this is legal too.
So Dr. Matney, I'd like your take on this. We talked earlier today, and if you could share with us what you shared with me.
Yes, ma'am. I would love to have a traditional ceremony. That's all I know. This would be number 22 in a long career. I will say this, given the parameters I was given,
By who?
by Mr. Stefanik and Ms. Dowdy, the communication that we were going to abide by the executive orders and how they had been legally interpreted was 25. I think we have wrung every single solitary element of a traditional commencement that we can possibly do given those parameters, even up to the point of doing 10 ceremonies, even up to the point of, limiting the program. I think it comes down to the wisdom of this body. You have to decide again, and I don't need to tell you, what is your tolerance for risk? I'm a company man. I'll do what I am directed to do. I've proven that heretofore. I was told to make it work with 25 maximum, and we did. And it can work, and it will work, and have actually gotten a lot of very positive feedback for that. But if this body has the tolerance for risk, like a Union County, I think last night they voted 5-4. Curiously, they did not announce a date. So if they're talking about August 15th, it's not all that terribly controversial. I was looking for a precedent. But I can't treat that as a precedent because they haven't announced a date. But again, I think it all comes down to the tolerance for risk.
Okay, so we were under the impression that they had a date when they voted.
I did everything I could. Renee, I could not find a date given. I think a date will be announced.
There's a couple down there where the fellow's from, that was talking with us earlier.
That one is planned for August.
Okay. They're doing it in Alabama. All over the place.
But we have to stay within North
We
Yes, ma'am, and that's why I was staying with the governor's order and the law. And so,
And I think, I'm gonna paraphrase, and no disrespect to her, but she had to go back to work. Sydney made a comment about, some of her friends in Greenville are graduating with all their classmates, and they're not. They've taken fractions of the class. They have a bigger gathering than we believe is permissible under the executive order, but they're not graduating as full high school. Yeah.
how many people do you believe is permissible?
Based on conversations with legal counsel, who had direct conversations with the governor's office, 25 is the maximum.
And you had conversations with other officers?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I've talked with the lieutenant governor, I've talked with the sheriff's department, and, I look at this as no different than going to the beach. If we have 25 on the beach, and the sheriff said, if he goes to the beach and there's 25 here, and 25 here, and 25 here, it's not violating any gathering. It's, if we could do groups of 25 spread out, I don't think we'd be in violation. I do think we need to put some things into place to make sure we're protecting everyone in advance, well in advance. Announce, number one, don't come if you're sick. Perhaps get them to sign a waiver. Maybe enter, and the law enforcement has said they'll give us whatever help we need. They will help us enforce whatever we want to keep everybody safe. Maybe enter 25 at a time, like Walmart's got their clicker. We could have 25, let them have a couple minutes to get to their seat, 25 more go in. We could sit with families in the bleacher. If you live in the same house, you don't have to social distance. If you don't live in the same house, you got to social distance. Remind them of the 3 W's. That's what we're seeing all the time. Give people, if they need to be reminded. I think if we have children that are concerned or families, then we should give them an alternative. We can do like you've got planned. 25, pull up to the car, graduate. But we're talking about doing 25. There was more than 25 people at yesterday's graduation standing outside.
The same sheriff told me, he didn't give me legal advice, but when I proposed the idea of the First Amendment right and, being able to assemble. And what his interpretation of that, when I brought that, and after he read it, he called me last evening. And he indicated he thought that that was another legal merit that we would.
You're talking about our share.
Yes, ma'am.
Share, okay.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I asked him at the, JP graduation, told him I had been reviewing this, order and asked him his interpretation. And he said, I said, if you see anything indifferent than what you mentioned to me now, these are my positions. And then since then, he looked at it, he said, I can't give you legal advice, but my interpretation is you do have the First Amendment right to assemble. You also, if you want a social distance in those groups that you mentioned, and he said there's obviously varied difference of opinions of this order. And some of the communications I saw, ironically, internally, from the legal interpretations, went so far as to say it is legal. And then it went back and it said, but if the governor realizes that they made an error with this wording to interpretation, certainly he'd go back and make an amendment or produce a new order, which he hasn't done. So I'm going to say that we owe it to these kids and the county to have it as traditional as possible. And if you want to group them in 25, or you don't want to group them at all, I'm okay with either.
I think that there is, it's really sad that this executive order is so.
It's ambiguous. It's ambiguous for a reason, because he doesn't want to put himself on the line as being the one that says it's okay.
Yeah, but he's saying it's okay, unlimited guests at a wedding or a funeral or on the beach.
That's my point.
And yet, he would not do this intentionally.
Well, then
to
he
our
needs to go
seniors.
back and say, so are any of the graduations that are happening that are,
For women's is July 31, so
but
I've been told.
was my question, that are happening in June?
No, there are no traditional
Well, we
graduations.
can set the precedent. We can be first.
So
It's
Dr.
gotta be
Matt,
in-
how do you feel about, okay, you're saying you'll do whatever we say, but it's also putting you on the line, because you're the one out there handing out the diplomas.
Well,
We have something set up.
I understand you, and
he's not making
never
the
mind that
decision.
it's all of us.
It is, it's very, 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 very unfortunate. I think we all agree on that. It really is. And I don't want anybody to get sick. I don't. I really don't. But, our restaurants are now open to 50% capacity. You can go to Walmart with a bunch of people in there and Lowe's and all of that. I mean, the virus is not going to leave, according to all the doctors on TV. So I really think if we put these things in place, and, I know it's been said, even if we did go with putting it off, bringing the faculty back, I think you said that, Renee, that might be an issue, getting the faculty to come back and work. But, I know the faculty members that we've got at the high school, and I think they would probably want to come back for the students. But if they couldn't or didn't want to, I'm sure we can get the help with volunteers. We've had a lot of parents volunteer already that would do whatever, but I am definitely in favor of having a traditional graduation. Now, my only, and I do have to throw this out there just because, I know our commissioners are planning a 4th of July on July 3rd. With fireworks, a mass gathering. They offered to do fireworks that could be seen from the high school on July 1st, not to combine the two, but just when we threw air caps up or whatever, they were going to start shooting off fireworks as a culmination to it or whatever, but that didn't happen. If we cannot do it June 11th, I know we don't have anything planned for senior recognition face-to-face, am I correct?
It's all virtual, yes.
All virtual, then, perhaps we could do senior recognition on June 11th, in groups of 25. And if we had children, students, they're adults now, that had reservations about gathering in a larger group, then they could possibly get their diploma at that time as well. I honestly would rather see graduation go on June 11th. I would. But if we need to move it closer to July the 3rd, like air commissioners, then, maybe at the end of June, maybe we could make that June 11th, the senior awards or graduation for those that have concerns. I want to do the right
Yes,
thing.
ma'am, the only
too.
problem I have with that is, I've been reached out to also by a lot of people. And these kids, I have commitments, some of them.
I understand.
So now you're talking about, by that date, some of these kids might not be able to participate in whatever form or fashion we choose. And so I'm concerned about that. I tell you, I'm more concerned about, getting sued over abridging someone's First Amendment rights than I am of someone catching COVID-19 at this ceremony. Okay? I say we got a date, we got a plan. Let's put it at you. And so with that, if there's no more discussion, I made a motion and it's seconded, and I'd like to take the vote.
I do have one more question. How do we feel about I'm talking to administration, about putting safety things in place, temperature check, hand sanitizer, social distancing if you're not in the same family?
I'm fine with any of that. I don't know how we would do all the temperature checks. That's the only thing.
Administration, how do you feel about it?
It would be a matter of trying to figure out logistics for something like that. How many thermometers do we have in the district? How would we?
Well, we'd probably have to buy
Look at those
thermometers.
things now when I go to do medical.
Yeah.
use all
Before
that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've
But
had
I
that
don't know that
too.
we have a ton of them on hand, so you would have to figure all that part of it, the
I-
logistics of it out.
I know the sheriff's department has offered, 18, 20, whatever we need to help with making sure that people are doing what we say. If you're coming in 25 at a time or keep your social distancing or whatever.
So you're basically saying we're gonna have unlimited the number of people, we're not gonna limit tickets?
I'm not saying that.
No, ma'am, I didn't say
No, I'm
that.
not saying
I didn't
that.
say that. They can figure that out. If you want to group it by 25, if you want.
Well,
I'm saying
one of
2
the
or 4
things
guests.
that I discussed was having the families on the football field, wherever that might be. And that would be who
With
it
their
was, graduate with the, I've seen that done, I've seen
Uh-huh.
pictures of that.
Yeah.
That would allow.
I don't think you can get 750
I don't
chairs
think
on
you
that
can
field.
either. I think we're going to spread out some of the photos I've seen and have people, if that's your wish, group them by family.
Yeah, you'd have to limit the tickets, say 2 per student. And you would have to have the X's on the bleachers 6 feet apart for 2 people. I'm sorry that their extended family would not be able to come, but we could still have the radio station on like we did at Knapp's graduation. I'm just kind of brainstorming of how we could make this work, but we're going against what we had originally said to leave it up to the principals. But the outpouring of the community support for traditional graduation, I'm kind of on the fence, which I'm listening to pros and cons. Everybody wants a graduation for our seniors. There's not anybody that doesn't want that. But when you take what is legal in our legal advice, which I always like to adhere to, and then you take the emotional that comes into play because this is a milestone for the students, it's a very difficult decision to make. And we would be the only district in the state of North Carolina that would be going against an executive order from our governor. even though there are some other interpretations of the law, we would be the only state to go against legal counsel and the governor of North Carolina, Governor Cooper. So that's where I worry. I just worry about the implications, but my heart says, go for it. Let's have this celebration for our students and 2 tickets per student. But then the other part comes back with, the legal ramifications of it. So my idea, I stayed up late last night just trying to figure out how to appease everyone concerned, because I don't like conflict. I like everyone to be united in a decision, especially such as this. And I don't want to be painted as the bad guy to go against administration, because they are the best administrators that we have probably statewide, and I'm very proud of the jobs that they do. So their recommendation is one thing, and here we are stepping in and trying to change that course and make our own plan for graduation, which is really not the Board of Education's job, but here we are. My idea would be you would have a choice. You would have choice A, which would be a traditional commencement ceremony. Chairs on the football field for those that are graduating 6 feet apart. Masks are mandatory. That's not an option. Everyone would have a mask on, except when you went up to receive your diploma. You would be able to take your mask off. 2 tickets per student. The sheriff's department would have to be involved at all costs. We would, they say that it wouldn't do any good, but the students and the parents, I would want them to sign a waiver to participate. Faculty, if we're talking about in a couple weeks, faculty may be on vacation. They may not be available. They may not feel comfortable putting their health at risk. I would not make it mandatory for our faculty. If they want to participate, that's fine. If they don't want to, we understand. No hard feelings. And that goes for the students too. If they would like to go with option B, small private commencement, we can make that happen. They would let us know what their wishes are. We would have 2 ceremonies. One, we would have a traditional commencement. The second, we would have a private commencement for those that did not want to participate. And that would be our 2 options, but they would have to sign off on what their wishes are. And so I don't know what the right thing to do is. I've struggled with it for a couple weeks now. So I'm at the pleasure of the board and what they decide at this point.
Madam
You mentioned
Chairman.
private ceremony, would that be with 25 of them, if there was 25 available?
Yes.
You mentioned about what's legal and what's not, and I did call the governor's office and I got the answer machine that said call 911 if this is an emergency.
Yes. Did you call it?
I called the lieutenant governor.
Okay.
And I did get guidance from the lieutenant governor's office that based on this executive order 141, that we can do this.
Can you read it? Did they email you?
He did not email me.
What did you
You
say?
didn't put it in writing.
No, he just said that this says we can do it. He talked about the educational institution
Part of the
not
executive order.
applying. And it does say that. The prohibition on mass gatherings also does not apply to educational institutions. It doesn't. I'm sorry if that's not what he intended, but that's not what he put in writing. So I do share your concerns, what you've said. 2 ceremonies, I think that's a great idea for those.
What you're saying is, if you didn't feel comfortable with the one,
Right.
you could opt out and opt for another.
And we
I
could
like
do that at a
Yeah.
The only thing I don't like is
later.
mandatory mask. I think we should, since we're offering an optional ceremony, we ought to make masks, if they're 6 foot apart, optional.
Well,
That's
but they're
all.
going to come, if you have that many people in a football arena,
Yes.
they're going to come in contact, whether they're coming or going, in some form or fashion. And if you say they're not mandatory, then most people will not have them on. And the chances of someone having an upper respiratory infection, the flu, diabetes, all of these things that they're at high risk. If the student has an elderly guardian that wants to participate, they're going to be there. So I feel like that's just another precautionary measure. Everybody should have a mask.
I don't know if we can make that mandatory.
Well,
Unless
We can encourage it, but
it's recommended.
As
it's
so many things are
recommended, but I
recommended.
don't know if we can.
And that's
I
why
don't
I
know.
think, because if you have that situation, you have the ability to opt out for the ceremony you mentioned. And I think that is a reasonable, suggestion.
And as far as the faculty, I believe June 11th, is that not a work day?
Yes, but here's the thing with that. If you make this mandatory for your staff,
No, I don't want that.
I don't either. I don't either.
I want the
No,
parents.
but I'm just
I want the
saying,
parents
is it a
and the
work day? Are we
citizens to
asking them to
volunteer
come back?
help, because they're the ones driving this.
and they're the ones that want to do it. And no
Correct.
hard feelings if someone opts
Right.
out.
Absolutely.
I don't want anybody to say, well, you weren't at graduation, that's their choice.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
this is just me brainstorming.
So you want me to modify our motion? I'll amend it right now. Okay, so we're gonna offer a traditional ceremony on June 11th. And we are gonna recommend that everyone in attendance wear a mask. We're gonna offer 2 tickets. And we're gonna keep them 6 foot apart on the football field. And we're gonna try to group their families 6 feet apart in stands. And we're gonna offer an additional ceremony to be when?
We determined.
To be determined for anyone that feels uneasy about attending the traditional one. And then we are not going to make it mandatory for staff to assist with the traditional ceremony. And I'm gonna tell you, there's probably gonna be a lot of people that's not gonna help, so we're gonna need some help from the public and the citizens and the
And from the
parents.
sheriff's.
And we're gonna need the sheriff's department, which they've already conveyed to me, at least verbally, that they will help us.
They usually do. I've always
Yes, ma'am.
said that you can
Well, they could
anything.
interpret it on the side, so that's why I'm approaching it. Okay, so that's my motion.
So you're gonna have them sign a waiver?
Oh, yes, I apologize, yes, sir. And we're gonna require that everybody sign a waiver for the traditional ceremony.
And I second that, and I do recommend that we get these rules and these waivers posted
So we
immediately.
give them an electronic.
Immediately, so that people can print, have them, hand them in. We can have more there at the door for people that forgot theirs. We can have them already printed and ready to pick up at the high school in advance. But I think they would need that when they come through the door, not turn in and you got to check a list with all these people on it.
And if it would make anyone feel more comfortable, I'd like to allow a little bit more time to get this organized, maybe push it back a week if we could, to the 18th.
How far off is it now from the
2
11th?
weeks.
2 weeks.
13 days.
Is that,
Is that a
you
Friday?
know, can we do it?
Yes, ma'am, Thursday.
Can we do, and the only reason I'm saying can we do it is we did change it from the 5th to the 11th.
Well, I don't think the question is, can we do it? Yes, we
Right,
can, but
yeah.
I think we need to look for guidance here.
Well,
That's what I'm saying. Can they do it? Can they pull this off in 2 weeks?
well, let's turn it over to Ms.
We're
Daddy.
educators, we can work miracles.
That is awesome.
The reality is we can. I don't know if it's time for discussion,
Yes.
if I'm free to speak or not. I think that, on the record, I don't agree with a traditional ceremony on June 11th. Every guidance that we've given, and clarification wouldn't have come out for educational institutions if there wasn't a need to clarify for educational institutions the point about outdoor ceremonies. As a high school principal, I've said it before, there is nothing like standing under that stadium lights at 7 p.m. and shaking kids' hands as they finish their educational career, some of them, and others go off into doing something different. I think given the current guidance, we made a decision to put a ceremony together that best speaks to what we know for educational institutions with the clarification of the exemption that was mentioned in 141 for us. I'm all for putting off a traditional ceremony, the reverse of what you're saying. Hold the ceremony like we have planned for those kids, because some kids are leaving. To Mr. Croddick's point, we've got students who are shipping out the 25th of this month, if not sooner than that. So if we held
25th of June?
yes. So if we held the ceremony as we have scheduled, we guarantee that every kid gets the opportunity to participate, right? It is a given, and it's the same for every student. Then consider that traditional ceremony at a date later during the summer in the hopes that the governor's restrictions again are clarified, are lifted to include more students. I just can't help but say we go off the guidance that's given to us as education people, and that's coming straight to us. I understand the mass gatherings, I understand the First Amendment rights, freedom to assemble, but I don't know how that pertains to us to create that assembly. What's the liability for me if I'm the one in charge of creating that assembly and violating that? That would be for attorneys to talk to, and it's not something that I'm very familiar with in my current seat, so I just don't know those things. I like the idea of the traditional ceremony and want that for kids. My thoughts are reversing it, keep what we have going in place in the hopes that we can provide that traditional ceremony later on.
Should we maybe do June 11th for senior awards and graduating of those that so desire, the groups of 25? Is that what you're saying, do that on June 11th?
I would do June 11th for every senior.
Yeah.
At Currituck
That wants to participate.
And graduation's always optional. Kids participate, kids choose not to participate.
I mean,
But I don't want to have the traditional after June 25th for those kids that are leaving on June 26th.
Well,
Well, you know, one idea that was bandied about, again, among many possibilities is we do what we plan, and what we've been working on for the past 2 weeks, for a maximum of 25, and then I think someone said, kids want to get together. And they can get together in small groups under that existing plan, and then you do something perhaps other than a traditional graduation. I don't know, they missed a senior picnic. They missed a whole host of things. Nobody's fault. It's an act of God, said reverently. But again, I'd be remiss not to throw that out there. Again, you have an option to participate in this traditional possibility of graduation as is possible. And then maybe we could put something on in July in the way of a gathering again, where they can get together.
I misunderstood you. I got the latter part. I misunderstood.
Are you saying just have the 25 graduation and not have a traditional?
I'm offering that as one of the ideas that was discussed.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Well, I think we may have, and they're all valid points.
Life is choices.
That's the problem.
Life is choices.
They're all
You
valid
open one
points.
door, no one closes behind you.
I
Life is
agree with
choices.
everything
And
that's been said.
I'm gonna say this. You go through life and live in fear, or you can be free. And I'll be honest with you, I'm not sure in medicine that they're prescribing here is adequate. Okay, all the people I talked to gave me a complete opposite legal interpretation than the one that the
Well, we
EPI
could
sent.
interpret it any way.
Well, and that's it. It's not clear. And it's really, honestly, I think we should write a letter. Can we draft a letter to the governor asking for, more
We've done
clarification?
that. We
Well,
asked for clarification.
we did through phone channels, not through letters.
Yeah.
I think we need to, I would be in favor of either doing traditional graduation on June 11th and offering an optional for those that wanted small group, or do the small group graduation on June 11th and maybe combine it with senior awards instead of virtual if you wanted to.
Well, then you'd be having more people.
Well, you'd have 25 at a time, like his original plan.
I got the motion, forward. I'd like to put it to a vote.
Well, that's
With
true.
all the things that you discussed, I added, I'm into the motion. I added the waiver. And we're gonna have a second graduation for those that aren't comfortable or feel they don't wanna be party later at a date to be determined.
I wouldn't say later, I'd either say that, the day before, that morning.
You can have it that morning.
We can't have it at the same time, we'll be overloaded. Yes, ma'am, so we're gonna have
And it
to,
will depend on how many want that.
okay, so then we will have to give that date very shortly. I do not. All right. We're trying to please everybody, it's gonna be difficult.
It is.
It is a very, we're trying to thread a very tight needle here. But I think we've made enough accommodations to make the majority of people comfortable and willing to attend. I could be mistaken.
Well, perhaps once you reach out to each child and say what they, which one.
I think the sad thing is that we're hearing the squeaky wheel gets the grease. And, the people that we're hearing from, we're not hearing from
The others.
the others. They're just
But they
maybe
will have,
assuming that we're going to
they will have
do
an
what we
option.
said.
Every child will have an option of doing whichever one they want.
That's true. Which is more than they usually do.
Yeah. Rather than just one decision made and you're gonna live with it. So,
All right, I like to vote on
All right. Mr. Craddock, we were out of order. Can you make your motion again,
it.
please?
Yes, ma'am, I apologize. So I'm making a motion that we have a traditional graduation on June 11th, where we give 2 tickets to the family members or guests, where every student is on the football field, 6 foot apart. Masks are recommended. We're gonna provide hand sanitizer. We're gonna have everybody sign a waiver. Hopefully it's gonna be available online so they can download it. We're gonna ask that none of our staff be required, we're gonna say none of our staff is required to work at this event if they feel uncomfortable. We're gonna ask for help from the parents and the community to offset any gaps we have in that, workforce. I don't know about the
Is
thing
there
about the
gonna be a
temperature
temperatures.
scan?
I don't know about the temperature scan.
I think that's.
I don't,
Are we gonna have a rain day?
Sorry. A rain day imperative.
Yes.
And I have the backup of bringing them inside now, but that's the.
No,
that's
Okay,
not
yes, sir.
That's not a backup, that's my point. So
Okay.
we're gonna have that rain day.
Great day.
It would have,
If this
the following Thursday, I would say.
Okay,
June
the
18th.
following Thursday will be the rain date. And we will have available another service ceremony for anyone that feels like that their health is at risk or is just flat out uncomfortable. And we will try to get that date announced really quickly, hopefully by next week. And that's much.
I second
Any discussion?
it. The only discussion would be, if possible, let's get some temperature things, if possible.
The health department may.
Yeah.
But we can check.
Okay, I'd like to add, anybody that feels sick,
Get that
or
worked out.
they gonna be coming off of a sickness, and they might be bringing sickness in
Any
there,
symptoms?
please
Stay
stay home. So I'd ask that.
Well, how about the other option that Renee mentioned that, you don't even need to attend graduation to get your diploma.
Yeah, that's true.
Let people know that,
Let them know that.
yeah, the thing just get the diploma.
Well, I mean, that's what happens when you don't attend
yeah.
graduation for,
Well, I mean, if they wanted to drop by the school and,
If they were leaving and wanted to make a move to another state and they want to go home and pick up their diploma, that's an option too.
yes, ma'am. But
I think that's
I thought that was
option
one of the.
Yeah, it is. They can do that anytime.
So yes, okay, we can indicate that if somebody is not wanting to attend either ceremony, that they can make an arrangement to pick up their diploma at the high school, simply by calling and making an appointment.
And certainly put out there in advance their plans, you know, and like they said, don't come if you're sick. Practice the 3 Ws. You must sign a waiver. We will be entering 25 at a time. We'll social distance.
I'm growing gray here.
Okay, we have a first, we have a second.
We'll
Any
discuss.
further discussion, Bill, Juan? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries.
Make a motion, we adjourn the meeting. I second that. Thank you.
Meeting is adjourned. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody. You'll have a good evening. Have a great weekend.
You too, Will. Bye. Yes.
Thank you.